Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Good evening and welcome to Milner, North Dakota, the site of tonight's District 1 Division B girls volleyball contest between the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds and the Sargent County Bulldogs. We'll step aside and we'll be right back with pregame coverage you are watching on yourliveevent.com.
Fall is here, and that means harvest will ramp up quickly. How did your planter do this spring? Did you have the correct down pressure? Was your singulation spot on? Did you need row cleaners or a better closing system? This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer, and we are here to help. Discounts, 0% financing, and $50 per row rebates on most all systems will give you the tools to improve your planter pass. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Have a safe and profitable harvest.
Anderson Seed Farms Incorporated is proud to announce its new partnership with AP Select Seed by AgroPartners. AP Select offers the latest traits and genetics in both corn and soybeans. They're a family-owned company that believes in fair pricing along with unmatched customer support that makes them truly better by choice. Anderson Seed Farms is a certified seed conditioning plant that grows, conditions, and sells Westbred spring wheat seed, which was the top-growing spring wheat in North Dakota last year. Contact Anderson Seed Farms in Foreman at andersonseedfarms.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
The Bison Booster Club, an organization that is rooted in their support of the activities within the Milner Public School District and the City of Milner. They pride themselves on their community involvement in local donations to area projects and sponsorships to help make their community a pleasant place to reside. If you have any questions or are interested in becoming a Booster Club member, you can check out the Bison Booster Club on Facebook or talk with any of the existing members. The Bison Booster Club, helping make their community a better place to live.
Want to welcome you into our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. I'm Nick Furch. Behind the camera is Connor Olson. Stock Growers Bank is your small-town bank and big-time partner. With the Stock Growers mobile app, experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near, so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. Tonight's matchup is an exciting one as it is now October and we are fully into the end part of the regular season as the district tournament is fastly approaching. And both of these teams are currently fighting for positioning amongst District 1. As we look at both of these teams, we'll start off with the visitors on the scoreboard, the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds, coached by head coach Tanner Carlson. The Warbirds are coming into tonight's game after a loss to Medina Pingree Buchanan on Tuesday. That loss snapped what had been a 5-match winning streak dating back to September 13th. They had previously defeated Maple River and Enderlin last week. As for the Sargent County Bulldogs, they were defeated by the Richland Colts on Tuesday. With that loss, Sargent County falls to the 6th seed in the upcoming district tournament. If the season were to end today, Sargent County would be the 6th seed. Wyndmere Lidgerwood is currently sitting at the 2 spot behind the number 5 ranked team in the state, the Richland Colts. As we look at the kind of the pregame coverage here, one of the parts that stands out looking at the lineup or at the team here for head coach Tanner Carlson is he has a lot of young players as well as mixing in a couple of upperclassmen that are going to bring some experience to the squad. But you've got players like the sophomore Reese Hosford, who's going to be the main setter for the Warbirds. But you also have Aria Rigg, another starter. She's playing middle hitter, another sophomore for the Warbirds. But then you've got seniors like Kaylee Ladisa and Callie Frecking, who are going to try and use that senior leadership to help this Warbird team. As I mentioned, they are currently sitting atop, tied for the lead, technically sitting in second place in terms of overall district games played. But they're really hoping to not only rattle off a win here this evening, but they play the Colts next week and a chance to possibly knock them off and have sole custody of that number 1 seed going into the district tournament. As for the Sargent County Bulldogs, they are coached by head coach Jenna Anderson, and talking to her prior to this game, one of the parts of the game on Tuesday night that she felt that her team came out playing flat and playing a little bit lackadaisical going up against the undefeated Richland Colts. So she's hoping that her team comes off to or gets off to a much better start here this evening. And the other part for Sargent County is kind of a unique opportunity here this season. They had a senior night for their lone North Sargent student, Claire Wessler. She had her North Sargent senior night this last Tuesday. Well, tonight the lone senior from Milner High School, Carly Cadoon, had her senior night here this evening. So hoping that they can kind of use that as a little bit of a spark plug here going into tonight's contest. The MAC is packed, and they're hoping that they can use that to their advantage. But being able to get off to a much more positive, a much faster start is the hope for Coach Anderson and being able to rely on that senior leadership of a Carly Cadoon in her final game here on this court to hopefully get this team going as also they start to get closer to that district tournament. So right now, Sargent County, as I mentioned before, would be sitting at the 6th seed, and they're kind of in a unique spot because Sargent Central High School is going to be hosting the District 1 tournament. So they want to be able to get themselves in a position going into that pretty much home court district tournament. They want to get to a good spot, a good standing going into that later on this month. That'll do it for our pregame coverage. We'll step aside and we'll be right back with starting lineups. You're watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Milner Public School District has a long history of academic, artistic, and athletic achievement and is proud of the programs and education environment offered. A fully accredited educational system, Milner Public School District operates 2 separate school buildings, including Sundale Colony School. Over 85%, that's right, 85% of the graduates of Milner High School attend some form of post-secondary educational institution. You can find more information on the Milner Public School District online at milner.k12.nd.us.
Data shows that half of the pills seized off the street by law enforcement contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. You never know when you might find yourself in the middle of an emergency. Why not be the reason a life can be saved? Narcan provides a safe and easy way to reverse the effects of an opioid in just minutes. You can pick up your Narcan today for free at your local public health office.
This message is brought to you by your local public health unit.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Catch all the action of the fall postseason for Minnesota and North Dakota high school football and volleyball on YourLiveEvent.com.
Going down the field, it's picked off here from Kindred. Tanning Johnson to the 30, to the 25. Johnson, could he go? Yes, sir! A 45-yard pick six for
Takes it up, played high in the air by Horkeneer's risky left side off of a touch. Kept alive Thornton, now played high. Angle, Severson, smash! Count, good!
Check out the postseason schedule on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Forwards to Wyndmere, Lidgerwood. Starting at center at 5'4" sophomore, Reese Osford. At libero, a 5'1" junior, Macy Gockler. Starting in middle, a 5'10" sophomore, Aria Rigg. Starting at outside hitter, a 5'7" senior, Callie Frecking. Starting at outside hitter, a 5'9" senior, Kaylee Ladisaw. At middle, a 6-foot junior, Maya Kackman. And at right side, a 5'8" junior, Hannah Mouth.
The starting lineup for the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds: number 2, Reese Hosford; number 4, Macy Gockler; number 7, Aria Rigg; number 8, Callie Frecking; number 12, Kaylee Ladisaw; number 13, Maya Kackman; and number 17, Hannah Mount.
Starting at outside hitter, a 5'6" senior, number 1, Whitney Marr. Starting at defensive specialist, this 5'4" junior, number 10, Caitlin Wangler. Starting at outside hitter, a 5'10" junior, number 18, Mackenzie Nagowski. Starting at middle hitter, a 5'10" senior, number 22, Carly Cadoon. Starting at outside hitter, a 5'9" sophomore, number 26, Lucy Marr. Your setter, a 5'6" sophomore, number 27, Mallory Bogart. And in the middle, a 6'3" junior, number 40, Anon Dang. The Bulldogs are coached by Jimmy Anderson, assisted by Alana Beck and Christina Bertram.
And the starting lineup for the Sargent County Bulldogs: number 1, Whitney Marr; number 10, Charlie Wilprecht; number 18, Mackenzie Nagowski; number 22, Carly Cadoon; number 26, Lucy Marr; number 27, Mallory Bogart; and number 40, Anon Dang. So these two looking to face off. The last time they faced off earlier this season, it was the Sargent County Bulldogs who came off victorious. They were winners in 4, 3-1. But that was a month ago. That was back on September 4th. That game was played over in Wyndmere. So the Warbirds hoping to play spoiler here on the road and make it so that both home teams were going home with a loss. The libero for the Warbirds is number 4, Macy Gockler. She is getting ready to sub in for the Warbirds to get started. Charlie Wilprecht, the libero for the Bulldogs. She came in for, I believe that was Lucy Marr, who took a seat right away. Aria Rigg, the one to be subbed in by Gockler. And back to serve to get this contest started, the sophomore setter, number 2, Reese Hosford. Marr, Dang, and Bogart hitting it over for Sargent County. Hosford hitting it over for the Warbirds. This is Bogart setting it up to Dang, and Anong Dang with the kill, and setter Mallory Bogart with the assist. As the 6'3" Anong Dang able to sky up and get the kill in the far side corner. Dakota Stroh subbing in for the Bulldogs. She is the one back to serve, as I believe that was Frecking who eventually hit it over. Another one for Dang, this time a little more touch, and there she's going to block it home. Anong Dang using that height and length to her advantage. 2 quick points here for Sargent County, just what head coach Jenna Anderson was hoping for out of her squad, getting off to a fast start. Low line drive serve from Stroh. Hosford now up. This was Lattisaw, pushed over by Cadoon. Gockler, and that was Kackman hitting it over for the Warbirds. Lattisaw, Hosford, back to Lattisaw, blocked there by Dang, and that's going to be another block for Anong Dang. Dang, the junior, has gotten a lot of experience here this season after not playing much in her sophomore season. Definitely playing well here these last couple of matches, as she was able to deflect that one and hit it over, and good job there by Maya Kackman, able to kind of put the change up and hit it over the block attempt of Cadoon and Dang. Stroh will take a seat. Caitlin Wangler in for the Bulldogs, back to serve for the Warbirds. Kaylee Lattisaw, as the senior, hits that one over, and that's going to be an ace for Kaylee Lattisaw. Serve here from Lattisaw. Bogart hitting it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford, Gockler, as Frecking hits it over for the Warbirds. This is Cadoon, and good adjustment there by Cadoon, but unable to keep that in play as she pulls that out of play. And a 3-0 run, followed by a 3-0 run by the Warbirds, and Lattisaw will continue to serve with the score all tied up. And that's going to be another ace for Lattisaw, as Wangler lets that one sail out of play. So 4 straight points here for the Warbirds, and another ace for Lattisaw. That's 3 here on just this attempt, and quick 5 points for the Warbirds. They lead here 5-3 early on. Wangler, and unable to get to it is Wilprecht. So another ace for Lattisaw, and Sargent County hoping to properly receive one of these and give themselves a chance, as Bogart out to Cadoon, and that's going to be too strong there from Cadoon as it sails out of play. 7 straight points here for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Wangler, Bogart to Cadoon. Cadoon puts some touch on that one. This is Frecking. Hosford back to Frecking. And Frecking able to kind of lollipop that one over, and Mara unable to get to it. And we've got a timeout called here by head coach Jenna Anderson, and we'll take time with them, as the Warbirds have scored 8 straight. They lead 8-3.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Get in touch with David Bergerman today at 701-724-6252.
8-3 the score here, as Wyndmere Lidgerwood on an 8-0 scoring run. Kaylee Lattisaw continuing to serve. 3 aces for the senior up to this point. Wilprecht, Bogart, and Dang hitting it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford and Kackman deflected at the net. Marr and Bogart hitting it over for Sargent County. Good opportunity here for the Warbirds on the attack. Frecking, and Frecking hits that one out of play. So good time out there by Sargent County, snapping that 8-0 scoring run. Jalen Herbronson coming in for the Warbirds, as Dang is going to take a seat for Sargent County. Wilprecht, her serve, handled by Gockler. As Gockler is going to push it over, Wilprecht passes it up to Bogart. This is Cadoon, and too strong there from Carly Cadoon. Aria Rigg back into the game for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Back to serve Macy Gockler as the junior liberos serve. Passed up from Wengler to Bogart as Lucy Marr hits it over for Sargent County. Good opportunity here for Frecking, deflected by Marr, but that ricochet is out of play. Wilprecht, Bogart, Lucy Marr, and Marr hits that over the block attempt from Rigg, and that's going to be a kill for Lucy Marr. As Allison Yango, the freshman, coming in for the senior Whitney Marr. Mallory Bogart back to serve for Sargent County. Frecking, Hosford, and Mauk hitting it over for the Warbirds. Marr. Hosford setting up Frecking, deflected at the net, and that's going to be a kill for Callie Frecking. As the sophomore setter, Reese Hosford is going to get the assist, subbing into the game for the Warbirds is the sophomore number 14, Paisley Urbis, and she's going to go back to serve. Wengler, Bogart, out to Yago. Deflects off the top of the net, handled by Frecking. She's going to get a chance of her own, and that's going to be a kill for Callie Frecking. So after a quick 3-0 jump to start set number one, it's been 12-2 Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Cadoon and Wilprecht pushes that over for Sargent County. Hosford. And that hit attempt from Aria Rigg goes into the net. So side out for Sargent County. Carly Cadoon's going to go back to serve. And we have a substitution as Mackenzie Nagowski is going to check in. Caitlin Wengler will take a seat. And now Cadoon will serve for the Bulldogs. Gockler, Rigg, pushed over by Herbronson. Bogart, now to Nagowski as the lefty Mackenzie Nagowski able to hit that one through the defense of the Warbirds. Cadoon with the ace as that one just barely went over the net there and stayed in play along this near sideline. Gockler. That was Frecking and then Herbronson helping to get it over for the Warbirds. Nagowski, another hit attempt here. Herbronson, Hosford out to Frecking. And good dig there by Wilprecht. Cadoon pushes it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford setting it up for Rigg. And out of play. I thought maybe that was tipped at the net, but I think it just hit off the top of the net. So advantage for Sargent County as they have trimmed the lead down 2-3 for the Warbirds, and just like that, Cadoon hits it into the net, and we're going to have a side out for the Warbirds as Kaylee Ladisau will sub back in for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Back to serve, Callie Frecking. Cadoon passes this up to Bogart. This is out to Nagowski. And Nagowski with the kill as Paisley Urbis unable to dig that one out. Dang will come back in for Sargent County. Back to serve is Lucy Marr. Frecking, Hosford, now to Rigg. And a miss hit there by Rigg, and good hustle there by Lucy Marr, but unable to keep that in play. As Yago and Lucy Marr will take a seat, Gockler will head to the bench for Coach Carlson, and Maya Kackman will go in for the Warbirds. Serve there from Aria Rigg. This is Whitney Marr now to Dang. Good opportunity here for Wyndmere Lidgerwood as this is Kackman. Kackman skying up, and that one was blocked at the net, and I believe it was also deflected off of Aria Rigg, so that's going to be a point for Sargent County. Serve from Marr, Gockler, Hosford, now to Ladisau. And we're going to have a player in the net, and I believe that was Anong Dang is going to be called for being in the net for Sargent County. hand them out, coming back in. Reese Hosford back to serve for the Warbirds. And that's going to be an ace for Reese Hosford as Wyndmere unable to handle that serve. Warbirds leading here by 5, about midway through. We're starting to get to the latter stages here of the opening set. Wilprecht unable to get to that one. And that's going to lead to a timeout called by the Bulldogs. This timeout is brought to you by Bank North. Bank North has been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what value-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank. Today, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading 17, Sargent County 11.
The Bison Booster Club, an organization that is rooted in their support of the activities within the Milner Public School District and the City of Milner. They pride themselves on their community involvement in local donations to area projects and sponsorships to help make their community a pleasant place to reside. If you have any questions or are interested in becoming a Booster Club member, you can check out the Bison Booster Club on Facebook or talk with any of the existing members. The Bison Booster Club, helping make their community a better place to live.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Coming out of that timeout by Bank North was a quick timeout, so we did have a score from Sargent County as we're going to have another score there. So during the commercial break, Sargent County was able to get 1 point on the board, just come back to another point. So it's 17-13, Dakota Stroh serving for the Bulldogs. Hosford now to Mauk, and Stroh passes it up to Bogart. And Dang blocked at the net. Good hustle there by the Warbirds. And Lattisaw able to get it over for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Opportunity here for Kadoon and blocked, but it's going to ricochet out of play. And Coach Carlson having a discussion with the official here on the floor to no avail. So it's going to be Stroh continuing to serve Gockler. This is Hosford. Now to Kackman, and Kackman is able to get that one to fall in the opening of the defense on the far side. So Stroh will take a seat. Wengler will come in. Serve here from Lattisaw. Pass from Wengler to Bogart. This is Kadoon. Hosford now to Kackman. And just able to keep that in play was Kadoon. Good job there for Sargent County. Now an opportunity blocked by Dang, and Dang just unable to recover after the deflection at the net. So Lattisaw back to serve. She was the one serving during the 8-0 run for the Warbirds as Bogart just unable to stay out of the net. And the Warbirds first team to 20, leading here 2014. Wyndmere, Wilprecht, and Kadoon getting it over for Sargent County. Hosford, Gockler, now to Frecking, and that pass from Gockler to Frecking just put Frecking in a tough spot, unable to get that over the net. Serve here from Charlie Wilprecht, handled by Gockler. Pass to Hosford, set up to Kackman, deflected at the net. Good job by Marr to dig that one out. And Kadoon hits it over for the Bulldogs. Opportunity here for Frecking, dug out by Wilprecht. Set up to Kadoon as Carly Kadoon able to get the kill for Sargent County. Another serve here from Wilprecht. Kackman and Wangler passes over to Bogart. And Kadoon that time hits it too far out of play. Serve from Gockler goes into the net. And Allison Yago will come in for Sargent County. Back to serve is Mallory Bogart. Bronson, Gockler, and Hosford getting it over for the Warbirds. Good opportunity here for Sargent County as Kadoon hits that one and ricochets off of Macy Gockler. Lead now just 3 for the Warbirds. Frecking, Hosford, now to Mauk, and too strong there from Hannah Mauk. Serve from Bogart, Frecking. This is Hosford. Now to Rig, and blocked there at the net by Allison Yago. As just like that, the lead is now just 1, and that's going to lead to a timeout from the Warbirds, and we'll take time with them as Wyndmere Lidgerwood leads 21, Sargent County 0. 20.
Milner Grain understands that agriculture is your livelihood, and we're committed to providing you with the highest quality of services to meet your farming needs. Milner Grain has a passion for our community and the farmers we serve. Milner Grain is locally owned and operated. When you're looking for a partner in the field, look to Milner Grain. Call 701-427-5284 or check out Milner Grain's app with current up-to-date prices. Milner Grain is here to help you and your farm grow.
21-20 coming out of that Bank North timeout called by Coach Carlson. So Warbirds with 1 timeout remaining here in set number 1. Bulldogs out of timeouts. Mallory Bogart will continue to serve for the Bulldogs. And that's going to be an ace for Mallory Bogart as Sargent County from down 6 has tied this one back up 21 all. Another serve upcoming here for Bogart. This is Bronson. Hosford out to Rig. Dug out nicely there by Wangler. This is Bogart up to Kadoon, and Kadoon hits that one into the net. So that's going to put an end to the scoring run for the Bulldogs. Paisley Urbis back to serve for Wyndmere Lidgerwood as that's going to go into the net. Tied up now at 22. Mackenzie Nagowski coming in for Sargent County. Carly Kadoon back to serve for the Bulldogs. And that's going to be an ace for Carly Kadoon as the Bulldogs needing just 2 to come all the way back from down big in the opening set. And that's going to deflect off the net. Good job there by Bronson as Frecking dug out nicely by Bogart. Opportunity here for Yago as that's going to hit on the line, and that's going to be a kill for Allison Yago. And just like that, it is set point here for Sargent County. Kadoon handled there by Bronson. This is Hosford up to Rig, deflected at the net, played out nicely by Lucy Marr. Nagowski hits off the net, and that's going to be a kill for Mackenzie Nagowski, and Sargent County from down 6 able to come all the way back and win the opening set 25-22 here at home. We'll step aside and we'll be back with set number 2. You are watching on yourliveevent.com.
The Milner Public School District has a long history of academic, artistic, and athletic achievement and is proud of the programs and education environment offered. A fully accredited educational system, Milner Public School District operates 2 separate school buildings, including Sundale Colony School. Over 85%, that's right, 85% of the graduates of Milner High School attend some form of post-secondary educational institution. You can find more information on the Milner Public School District online at milner.k12.nd.us.
Buying and selling heavy equipment at purplewave.com saves time and money. We handle all of the details, including pictures, videos, marketing, titles, and payments.
It was almost immediately over the top with the customer service. I've just never ever experienced that before with any other auction service. They're constantly working for me as the seller, and I really like that.
Purple Wave Auction is straight, simple, sold.
The Sargent Central Dollars for Scholars chapter is a nonprofit foundation that supports academic success in the community. The mission is to mobilize the community on behalf of post-secondary education success for the students. Dollars for Scholars chapters help hometown students achieve their educational goals by raising scholarship funds, establishing endowments, and more. For more information, scan the QR code on screen or stop by the Sargent Central School District. This game is brought to you in part by Joe's Egg.
Teens are faced with tough decisions all the time, and parents aren't always there when it happens. But that doesn't mean they can't influence their kids to make the right choice, because making that right choice is easier when the wrong one isn't an option. When your teen faces peer pressure, what you give them access to can make all the difference. This message is brought to you by your local public health unit.
Set 2 just about to start here from the MAC as the Bulldogs able to come back from down 20-14 and come all the way to their 25-22 victory. So good start here at home, the final home game here at the MAC for the Bulldogs. As Dakota Stroh, nice low line drive and unable to get to it are the Warbirds, and that's going to get the scoring started here in set number 2 as the junior Dakota Stroh with the serve. Callie Frecking passes it to Urbis, as that was Lattisaw hidden over. Good hustle there, but unable to get to it are the Warbirds. So 2 quick points for Sargent County. Remember, they got off to a 3-0 start back in set number 1 before an 8-0 run by the Warbirds. Good job there by Frecking. This is Hosford now to Lattisaw, deflected at the net, and that's going to be a kill for Kaylee Lattisaw. As Wengler will come in for Stroh. Back to serve for the Warbirds is the sophomore setter number 2, Reese Hosford. Wengler. This is Bogart up to Cadoon, and Carly Cadoon gets the kill. As Dang will take a seat, Lucy Marr coming in for the Bulldogs. Charlie Wilprecht, her serve, handled by Macy Gockler. This is Hosford, and Kackman pulls that attempt out of play. And Cadoon! He says that was so bad, but nonetheless, that's going to be a point for Sargent County. 5-1 here early on in set number 2. Another serve from Wilprecht. And Kackman answers one kill with one of her own as Kackman picks up her second kill of tonight's contest. Back to serve for the Warbirds, the senior outside hitter, Kaylee Lattisaw. And Whitney Marr passing it up to Bogart. This is Cadoon, blocked there by Kackman. Good job there by Kackman to block that hit attempt from Kadoon as Wengler passes it up to Bogart. This is now to Lucy Marr, and they're going to say that one is out of play. Ladisa. This is Wilprecht. And Marr just able to pop it up, but Kadoon hits it out of play. So tied up now quickly at 5. The 4-0 scoring run by the Warbirds. Ladisa. This is Wilprecht passing it up to Bogart, now to Kadoon. And Kadoon, good job there by Frecking to get to it. Hosford pushes it over. Bogart now to Lucy Marr, blocked again by Kackman. Hosford sets it up for Frecking, and Frecking hits that one into the net. And Jalen Herbronson will come in for Ladisa. Mallory Bogart back to serve. Allison Yago subbing in for Sargent County. And Bogart is going to get the ace, as Mallory Bogart was the one serving when Sargent County went on that big run to start to close out the opening set, hoping to keep that going here. As Frecking, Hosford now to Urbis. Pass from Wengler. Good adjustment there from Kadoon. Frecking deflected, kept up by Bogart, deflected there at the net by Kackman. Well, back and forth here from both of these teams. Long rally upcoming. This is Urbis, Yago, Marr, and Bogart getting it over for Sargent County. Hosford setting it up to Kackman, and Kackman able to get the kill there as the Warbirds outlast Sargent County in that long rally, as Aria Rigg will sub and Macy Gockler back to serve for the Warbirds. Gockler, this is Hosford, now up to Frecking. Pass up there from Wengler to Bogart. And Kadoon, good job by Gockler, able to pop that one up. Frecking. Yago, and Kadoon pushes it over for the Bulldogs. Rigg, blocked there by Marr. Bogart, Marr, and Kadoon has to kind of sideways punch that one over. Another long rally block there by Kadoon, and that block attempt went right to Reese Hosford, who was standing out of play and just unable to get out of the way of that deflection. So Mackenzie Nagowski coming in for the Bulldogs. Carly Kadoon back to serve, as that serve hits off the top of the net and stays on the Bulldog side. So side out for Wyndmere Lidgerwood, as Paisley Urbis, the sophomore, will serve it up here as Kadoon passes it to Bogart. Up now to Nagowski, and Nagowski looks like she either mistimed that jump or kind of got crossed up there as she hits that into the net. And we're tied up now at 8-all. Kadoon, Bogart now to Nagowski. Hosford tries to sneak that one up and over. We'll play at the net, a little back and forth action as Bogart sneaks that one over and is able to get it to falls after a couple of quick touches from both teams. Bogart able to sneak it over for a quick point for the Bulldogs, as Anang Dang will sub in. Lucy Marr serving here, and that serve is passed up from Gockler to Hosford. Now to Rigg, and Rigg is going to hit that one out of play. Serve here from Marr. Urbis, Hosford now to Frecking. Good job there by Yago. Yago again. Opportunity here for the Warbirds. Pushed over by Rigg. Lucy Marr, Bogart now to Kadoon. Kadoon tries to push it to that back corner. Good job by Urbis. And this is Frecking, as it looked like that set from Hosford just got a little too close to the net. Unable to get to it is Frecking. 11-8, Sargent County leads as Martin takes some off of there. Urbis now to Hosford and Rigg getting it over for the Warbirds. Dang hits it. This is Hosford. Rigg, good dig there from Kadoon, and Nagowski hitting it over. Frecking winds up, and just able to get it over is Mallory Bogart. Pushed over there from Herb Bronson. Dang lines up, and Anang Dang with the kill for the Bulldogs. And that's going to lead to a timeout. Brought to you by Bank North. Sargent County leads 12, Warbirds 8.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
12-8, Sargent County leading over the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds, and a lot of long rallies between both of these teams in the second set. So the first set was a game of runs. This one is who can outlast the other during these long rallies as the Warbirds, Hosford, sets it up, and good job there by Rigg, able to just barely get that over, and Kadoon kind of slaps that and punches it over. Good hustle there by Gockler as Callie Frecking gets it over for the Warbirds. Kadoon pushes that one. Gockler, Hosford, now to Rigg, blocked there by Dang, and Frecking tried to keep that one in play, just unable to do so. Lucy Marr's serve. This was Herb Bronson, now Frecking, and I think Lucy Marr wanted to let that one go over her head, but instead deflects off of her out of bounds. Charlie Wilprecht back in, as well as Whitney Marr coming in for the Bulldogs, leading here 13-9. Back to serve is the senior Callie Frecking. This is Bogart passing it up to Whitney Marr, and Nagowski unable to do anything with that set. Good job there by Bogart, come flying in. Kadoon kind of punches at that one. Whitney Marr plays it out of the net, and both Dang and Kadoon tried to get that over for Sargent County. So lead cut down now to just 2 for the Bulldogs. Frecking continuing to serve here. Wilprecht, as that goes over the net. Hosford setting it up to Rigg. Blocked there by Anang Dang. As Dang using that 6'3" frame to get the block. And Whitney Marr will go back to serve for the Bulldogs. Hosford. Now to Ladisa. And that did land in play. So that is going to be a point for the Warbirds. Maya Kackman coming back in. Back to serve is Aria Rigg. Bogart and Nagowski hitting it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford setting it up to Kackman. And Kackman is able to get on top of that hit attempt and spike it down to the floor. And the Warbirds have trimmed the Bulldogs lead down to just 1. Rigg. This is Wilprecht now to Bogart, to Dang. Ladisa. Hosford back to Ladisa. Whitney Marr to Bogart, now to Kadoon. And Kadoon hits that one out of play. Now we're tied up at 14 all. Another serve here from Rigg. Good job by Wilprecht, able to come flying in for that one. Dang, popped up by Ladisau. This is Hosford to Kackman. And Kackman with another kill as Nadegowski unable to get the block. And the Warbirds have regained the lead. Kadoon, this is Bogart, now to Dang. Hosford to Ladisau, and popped up there from Wilprecht. Kadoon and Bogart getting it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford sets it up now to Kackman, and Kackman again with the kill. As that is going to lead to a timeout called here by the Bulldogs as the Warbirds have reclaimed the lead. They are ahead 16-14. You're watching District 1 Volleyball on yourliveevent.com.
Fall is here, and that means harvest will ramp up quickly. How did your planter do this spring? Did you have the correct down pressure? Was your singulation spot on? Did you need row cleaners or a better closing system? This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer, and we are here to help. Discounts, 0% financing, and $50 per row rebates on most all systems will give you the tools to improve your planter pass. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Have a safe and profitable harvest.
16-14, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leads over Sargent County here in set number 2. Bulldogs up 1-0. Aria Rigg will continue to serve for the Warbirds. Marr, the play out of the net there by Bogart as Dang hits it, blocked by Kackman, and good play out of the net that time by Nagowski. So Hosford up to Ladisau, and Dang hits that one. It's going to deflect out of play. Kadoon, this is Bogart, now to Nagowski. Hosford sets it up to Kackman, and Kackman with another kill. Make that 7 kills now for Maya Kackman. Wilprecht, this is Bogart, now to Kadoon. Hosford up to Ladisau. And they're going to say that was blocked by Dang, so no extra touch there from the Warbirds. Hosford to Ladisau, deflected by Dang. Good job there by Bogart and Marr to get it over for the Bulldogs. Kackman deflected at the net. Pushed over by Nagowski and just out of play on that attempt from Mackenzie Nagowski. And that's going to lead to another timeout called by the Bulldogs as the Warbirds lead now 19-14.
Seed Farms Incorporated is proud to announce its new partnership with AP Select Seed by AgriPartners. AP Select offers the latest traits in genetics in both corn and soybeans. They're a family-owned company that believes in fair pricing along with unmatched customer support that makes them truly better by choice. Anderson Seed Farms is a certified seed conditioning plant that grows, conditions, and sells Westbred spring wheat seed, which was the top-growing spring wheat in North Dakota last year. Contact Anderson Seed Farms in Foreman at andersonseedfarms.com.
I believe the Warbirds are on a 7-0 scoring run. I feel like the last time I had looked, it was 14-12, and make that 8 straight now for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Now, this was the exact score when the Bulldogs went on their run to close out set number 1, and Coach Tanner Carlson hoping that his crew doesn't have a repeat here in set number 2. Nagowski hitting it over for the Bulldogs. Hosford now to Kackman. Hit over now by Nagowski. Good dig there by Kadoon. Hosford to Ladisau, and that's going to go out of play. So a much needed side out there for the Bulldogs as Macy Gocker will come back in, as well as Dakota Stroh will come in, and she'll go back to serve for Sargent County. Serve here from Stroh. That is Gockler. Hosford now to Ladisa. And good dig there by Stroh. Kackman, Kadoon. Bogart back to Kadoon, and Kadoon gets that one to fall to the floor. 6 kills now for Carly Kadoon. Hosford, oh, good job there by Stroh to get to it. Kadoon, this is Ladisa. Good pass there to Hosford, back to Ladisa, and Ladisa hits that one into the net. Serve there from Stroh, handled by Urbis. Kackman is going to get another kill. As Maya Kackman with 8 kills here on the match, and I feel like 5 or 6 of them have been here in just this second set, having a phenomenal showing here so far for the Warbirds. As this is now to Kadoon. Kadoon pops that one over, handled there by Hosford. Gockler now to Ladisa, as Ladisa mishits that one and pulls it out of play. Charlie Wilprecht back to serve for the Bulldogs, and we've got an out of rotation call for, or called on Wyndmere Lidgerwood. As they're trying to sort all of that out, and I believe they got it figured out, and we've got a timeout called here by the Warbirds. And we'll take time with them, as this timeout's brought to you by Bank North. Sargent County trying to crawl back. They trail 21-19.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading 21, Sargent County at 19. The Warbirds trailing 1-0, hoping to tie this one up here. Both teams are out of timeouts, so the final points here of set number 2 are going to be played straight through. As Wilprecht will be the one serving for the Bulldogs, trailing by 2. Gockler, this is Hosford. Now to Kackman, and Kackman puts some touch on that one as Mara, unable to deflect it at the net, tries to bump it on the way down, but unsuccessful. So good use of the timeout, side out as Ladisa serve. This is Lucy Marr. Ladisa to Hosford, and got a, I believe, player in the net. They're saying Hosford touched the net there when she tried to get to that one, ran into a teammate on the attempt. Jalen Herbronson coming in for the Warbirds. Back to serve is Mallory Bogart. Bogart serve. This is Frecking. Gockler now to Hosford. Wilprecht. Bogart. Marr. Good job there by Frecking, able to get to it. Yago, and Allison Yago with the kill, as the freshman Yago having herself a pretty impressive match here, getting some more playing time as the season goes on and taking advantage of it here this evening. As Bogart trailing by 1 are the Bulldogs, as Gockler passes it to Hosford. Now back to Kackman, and dug out there by Bogart, but miscommunication there between Wilprecht and Yago, as that's going to fall to the floor. As Kackman will take a seat. 9 kills on the match up to this, 10. They just updated the board. So double-digit kills for Kackman, but she is on the bench. Good opportunity for Sargent County to try and get back in this one, but Urbis just hits that one out of play. I thought maybe there was a chance that was going to stay inside the court. Mackenzie Nagowski coming in. She'll go to that far side opposite hitter role. Carly Kadoon with the serve. Hosford now to Rigg as Bogart, Nagowski, and too strong there from Mackenzie Nagowski. And just like that, we have set point for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Paisley Urbis looking to close this one out for the Warbirds. Kadoon. Good job there by Bogart, but unable to get to it as Wyndmere Lidgerwood able to knock this one up at one set apiece as they win set number 2, 25-22. And we will have set number 3 here for you in just a moment. You are watching on yourliveevent.com.
The Bison Booster Club, an organization that is rooted in their support of the activities within the Milner Public School District and the City of Milner. They pride themselves on their community involvement in local donations to area projects and sponsorships to help make their community a pleasant place to reside. If you have any questions or are interested in becoming a Booster Club member, you can check out the Bison Booster Club on Facebook or talk with any of the existing members. The Bison Booster Club, helping make their community a better place to live. The Milner Public School District has a long history of academic, artistic, and athletic achievement and is proud of the programs and education environment offered. A fully accredited educational system, Milner Public School District operates 2 separate school buildings, including Sundale Colony School. Over 85%, that's right, 85% of the graduates of Milner High School attend some form of post-secondary educational institution. You can find more information on the Milner Public School District online at milner.k12.nd.us.
Set number 3 just about to get underway here from the MAC as the Bulldogs and Warbirds are in for a battle. Both teams winning a set 25-22. Bulldogs the first set, Warbirds the second. Looking at some scores from around Region 1 and the District 1 teams. The Hankinson Pirates currently leading 2-0 over Barnes County North. Mayport CG in a non-region game, but they are defeating Maple River. Enderlin and Oaks. It looks like Enderlin is up in the second set. They are up 1-0. And that looks to be it for District 1 competition going on. We'll try and stay tuned or keep you tuned in, especially that Hankinson-Barnes County North game, as those are going to be big for both teams when we start to talk about district standings as that tournament is approaching very quickly. So Reese Hosford will serve to get it started here for set number 3 for the Warbirds. Anong Dang, Gockler, Hosford, and blocked there by Dang as Ladisaw's hit attempt is denied. Dakota Stroh will come in for the Bulldogs. She will go back to serve. Trekking, this is Hosford. Now to Kackman, and Maya Kackman is going to keep the train rolling as she is now with 11 kills, leading all players on the court. Kaylee Ladisaw back to serve. This is Wilprecht. Bogart now to Kadoon, and that one dances on the top of the net and just decides to fall on the Bulldogs' side. Ladisaw, this is Marr, and Bogart unable to play that one out of the net. And Ladisaw's serve goes into the net. So it's going to be a side out as Ladisaw will take a seat. Jalen Herbronson will come in for the Warbirds. Lucy Marr will come in. Anong Dang will take a seat. Charlie Wilprecht back to serve. Herbronson, Mauk, and Frecking hits that one off of the out-of-bounds extension line. Serve from Wilprecht, handled by Gockler to Kackman, and good job there by Whitney Marr, able to dig that one out. Kadoon, dug out there by Herbronson. Hosford now to Frecking. Wangler, Marr, and Kadoon, good adjustment as Reese Hosford unable to get to that one. Gockler, and good job there by Hosford to sneak it over, but Wangler right there. Frecking, Hosford, and that one's gonna fall to the floor. I think we'll give Lucy Marr the block. Serve from Wilprecht, handled by Gockler. This is Hosford now to Frecking, and good opportunity there for Kackman to just sky up and tap that one down. AC Gockler's serve low line drive over the net. Bogart tips it, and that was deflected at the net by Aria Rigg, but that kind of just kills it and has it fall on the Warbird side as Allison Yago will come in for Whitney Marr. Mallory Bogart back to serve for Sargent County, leading here 6-4. Wilprecht, this is Bogart, now to Yago. And dug out there nicely by Hosford. Rigg, Kadoon. And little give and go style action there. We'll give the assist to Bogart on that kill by Carly Kadoon. 8-4 Kadoon. As Bogart will go back to serve. And that's going to be an ace for Mallory Bogart. As Bogart now with 3 aces on the match, leading 8-4. And I'll give her another one as the deep breath before the serve there. Does a good job calming her down as she gets a good serve off, gets another ace, and she'll go back and give it another attempt here as that one deflects off the top of the net. Rigg pushes it over, and Kadoon decides to let that one go, and Wangler unable to get to it as she slides in behind, hits just in play for the Warbirds. Hannah Mauk, her serve miss hit into the net as Paisley Urbis will sub in for Mauk, and Mackenzie Nagowski will come in for Caitlin Wangler. And that serve just a little too strong from Carly Kadoon. Good decision there by the back row of Wyndmere Lidgerwood to let that one sail out of play as Kaylee Ladisaw will sub back in for the Warbirds. Callie Frecking back to serve for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. As that one goes into the net. Dang will come in. Wilprecht will take a seat. And Lucy Marr will serve for the Bulldogs. Frecking. This is Hosford now to Rigg. And Rigg hits that one into the net. A Bulldogs up 12-6 and fairly positive this is their largest lead they've had all match long. As Marr hits that one into the net. And Whitney Marr will come in for Yago. Lucy Marr will take a seat for Wilprecht coming in. I believe that was Maya Kackman who just subbed in for the Warbirds on the other side as Rigg. This is Wilprecht. Nagowski, good block there by Kackman, but good reflexes there as Dang kind of side slaps that one over. Ladisaw deflected at the net. Bogart up to Dang. Dang winds up And Urbis keeps it alive. Kackman winds up, and she is going to get another kill as Maya Kackman, number 13, with kill number 13 on the evening. And as this one continues to go on, that number might continue to rise for Maya Kackman, having a great showing, really putting in for the possibility for the Enbridge player of the game. As Dang hits it over. This is Hosford back to Kackman, and get another one for Maya Kackman. As the 6-foot junior is going to draw a timeout for Sargent County. This timeout brought to you by Bank North. To see what value-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Bulldogs lead over the Warbirds 12-9. We're all tied up at one set apiece.
Data shows that half of the pills seized off the street by law enforcement contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. You never know when you might find yourself in the middle of an emergency. Why not be the reason a life can be saved? Narcan provides a safe and easy way to reverse the effects of an opioid in just minutes. You can pick up your Narcan today for free at your local public health office.
This message is brought to you by your local public health unit.
12-9, Sargent County leads. But Warbirds able to trim that deficit down now to just 3. As Aria Rigg will continue to serve for the Warbirds. As a sophomore middle hitter hits that one into the net. And Macy Gockler will come back in for Rigg. As Whitney Marr will go back to serve for Sargent County. And unable to hit up that serve. I think that was Paisley Urbis. Marr. This is Frecking. Now Urbis and Kackman. Good dig there by Whitney Marr. Bogart comes flying over, and Nagowski pushes it over for Sargent County. Good opportunity here for Kackman. And Bogart just unable to hit that one and keep it in play. As Hannah Malk will come back in for Paisley Urbis. Back to serve, Reese Hosford. As Hosford's going to get an ace, as I think it's a lucky bounce, tip, deflection, whatever you want to call that, off of the net. Nonetheless, that's going to be ace number 3 for number 2. And that time, just unlucky with it hitting into the net, staying on the Warbird side. Nagowski taking a seat. Dakota Stroh in for Sargent County. She'll go back to serve. And that's going to be an ace for Dakota Stroh. Gockler, this is Hosford, now to Kackman, and Whitney Marr tries to dig that one out, but just too much there from Maya Kackman. Kill number 16 up on the board as Wangler will come in for Stroh. Kaylee Ladisa had a good serving exhibition back in the first set, but Cadoon able to power that hit attempt through, get Cadoon another kill. That's 9. Dang taking a seat. And a side out keeps Ladisov from serving too long and trying to replicate, as we're going to have an ace from Charlie Wilprecht, as that ace is going to draw a timeout from the Warbirds, and we'll take time with them as Sargent County leads over the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds 18-12.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
18-12, Sargent County leading over the Warbirds. During that timeout, we did have a substitution as the sophomore number 10, Tegan Bonenstingle, seeing her first action of tonight's match. As number 10 for the Bulldogs will continue to serve. Gockler passes it up. This is Hosford. Now to Kackman. Played nicely there by Bogart. Lucy Marr hitting it over into, this is Hosford. Now to Kackman. Dug out nicely there by Marr. And Kadoon maybe deflected by Kackman or Urbis as that falls to the floor. Sargent County now leading 19-12. Gockler, Hosford, over to Urbis. And Marr hits that one. Hosford now back to Urbis, pushed over. And Kadoon and Marr just able to avoid running into one another. Wilprecht maybe could have let that one go and fall out of play, but that's one of those you don't necessarily want to just let fall to the floor at this stage of the contest. Macy Gockler, her jump serve pass from Wangler, nicely played by Bogart, and Wilprecht hits it over. Gockler up to Rigg. Opportunity now for Sargent County as Kadoon comes flying in and kept up nicely there by Urbis. And Bonenstingle just able to get that over the net for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Kadoon maybe mishit, but Hosford keeps it up. Pushed over by Frecking. Pass from Kadoon to Bogart. Another opportunity there for Kadoon as she is unable to connect. And Wyndmere Lidgerwood able to outlast in that long rally as Wilprecht comes sliding in, digs it out nicely. Opportunity for Rigg, and Rigg with a little bit of a change up there, unable to get to it is Wangler, and just like that, the lead is now just four for Sargent County. Another serve from Gockler, this one mishit, and Bulldogs first one's to 20 as Allison Yago is going to sub in. Whitney Marr will take a seat. Mallory Bogart back to serve for the Bulldogs. Leading 20-15, Bogart. Hosford up to Urbis. Bogart pops that one up. Yago just unable to get to it. As Paisley Urbis picking up her second kill, and she's going to go back to serve here for Wyndmere Lidgerwood, trailing by 4. And that's going to be an ace for Paisley Urbis as Wilprecht and Wangler. Miscommunication there, neither really calling for it, as Urbis will serve again. Wangler pops that one up. Bogart to Yago. Yago winds up, hits it. Bonenstingle, this is Gockler, and Hosford getting it over for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Mallory Bogart up to Kadoon, and Kadoon too strong there. As the lead cut down now to just 2. Bogart passes to, Kadoon passes it to Bogart, and good job there by Frecking, able to keep it up for the Warbirds. Bogart to Lucy Marr, deflected at the net. Good job by Bonenstingle coming in, and just able to get over the net as Marr, after a nice play there by Wyndmere Lidgerwood, just able to keep that one alive. Lucy Marr very quickly gets the kill. As Nagowski will come in for Wangler. Carly Kadoon back to serve for the Bulldogs. Bonenstingle, Marr. Good job there by Frecking, right place, right time. Popped up by Kadoon, but Wilprecht is already going the other way, so just unable to react to it as Kaylee Ladisaw will come in. Tegan Bonenstingle will take a seat. And back to serve for Wyndmere Lidgerwood is the senior Callie Frecking. Bogart back to Yago. Hosford now to Ladisa. Too strong there from Ladisa. As Dang is going to come in for Wilprecht. And Lucy Marr will go back to serve for Sargent County. Marr handled there by Urbis. This is Ladisa. Bogart pushed over by Nagowski. Frecking to Hosford. Up now to Rigg. Maybe deflected there, but kept up nicely by Bogart. Frecking. Hosford out to Ladisa. And maybe out of play, but good job there by Sargent County, able to keep that one in play. Kadoon. Bogart now to Dang, and blocked there by Aria Rigg. Good job there by Rigg, able to time that one up. And that side out's going to bring back into the game Maya Kackman. A big factor for the Warbirds up to this point. Somebody that, if you're Sargent County, you were fine seeing her on the bench, but that serve into the net. It's another side out, and now Bulldogs need just two. Whitney Marr serve. This is Urbis. Now to Hosford. Out to Kackman, and Kackman mishits that one, and we've got a set point here for the Bulldogs. So Whitney Marr looking to close this one out. She hits it, handled by Frecking. This is Hosford. To Ladisa, deflected there, but kept up by Ladisa. This is Kackman now. She pushes it. Nagowski, Wilprecht, and Bogart getting it over for Sargent County. Gockler now to Hosford, up to Kackman. Dug out there by Kadoon. Bogart over to Nagowski. Lefty hit there from Nagowski is good, as the Bulldogs able to secure victory in set number 3, 25-20, and they now lead 2-1. Set number 4 will be back after this break. You are watching on yourliveevent.com.
Catch all the action of the fall postseason for Minnesota and North Dakota high school football and volleyball on yourliveevent.com.
Going down the field, it's picked off here from Kindred. Tanning Johnson to the 30, to the 25. Johnson, could he go? Yes, sir! A 45-yard pick six for
Takes it up, played high in the air by Horkeneers. Risky left side off of a touch. Kept alive Thornton. Now played high. Angle, Severson, smash! Count, good!
Check out the postseason schedule on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Get in touch with David Bergerman today at 701-724-6252.
Sargent County leading 2-1 here in their final game at the MAC on the season. Looking ahead to what both of these teams have going forward after this evening. They'll both be taking part in the Lisbon-Enderlin tournament this weekend. Wyndmere Lidgerwood will be hosting the Richland Colts a week from today, but the Colts are going to be playing the Sargent County Bulldogs on Tuesday, so both of these teams have a date next week with the number 5 team in the state of North Dakota, also the current leaders of District 1. So Bulldogs leading 2-1. The Warbirds hoping to push it to a 5th set. Sargent County hoping to finish it out here in 4 like they did a month ago back in Wyndmere as Kadoon. Frecking, this is Hosford now to Lattisaw, and Lattisaw too strong there. So looking up on the scoreboard, it is Kaylee Lattisaw leading with 16 kills. Carly Kadoon, the only other player in double digits in that statistic, as Bogart to Kadoon, now up to Dang, and deflected there at the net by Kackman, but Dang able to get that one to fall. Stroh, the junior for the Bulldogs, kind of a serving specialist, gets that one over, and Kadoon! That one served up on a platter for the senior Kadoon. And the senior on her senior night here, the Lone Milner senior, getting her own special pregame ceremony, gets that kill, and now we've got an ace for Sargent County. And Dakota Stroh will continue. That is ace number 4 for number 9. Frecking, Hosford, now to Kackman, and maybe deflected there by Dang, but that's still going to be a kill for Maya Kackman, as Hannah Mauk is going to come in for Paisley Urbis. Stroh will take a seat. Caitlin Wangler in for the Bulldogs. Back to serve the sophomore number 2, Reese Hosford. And trying to get to it is Wangler, but that's going to be, I believe, an ace. They're not celebrating like it was, so we're just going to say that that's going to be a point for the Warbirds nonetheless. Wilprecht, Bogart to Kadoon. Kadoon winds up and too strong there from Kadoon. As Hosford will continue to serve. Marr, this is Bogart now to Kadoon. Kadoon pops that one over, and this time uses some force as she gets another kill. And Dang is going to take a seat. Lucy Marr will come in for Sargent County. Charlie Wilprecht back to serve. Lattisaw, Gockler, and Mauk hitting it over for the Warbirds. Marr, and that one deflects off of the net by Marr. Serve here from Lattisaw, and Wilprecht hits that one out of play, so that's going to be an ace for Kaylee Lattisaw, ace number 4 for Lattisaw, as we're tied up here at 5-all. Bogart up to Kadoon. Kadoon winds up and hits that one too strong out of play. As that one's going to be too strong from Lattisaw, and it sails out of play. So we're going to have some substitutions here on that side out, as Jalen Herbronson is going to come in for the Warbirds. Allison Yago for the Bulldogs, and Mallory Bogart will head back to serve, tied up here at 6-all. And that's going to be an ace for Mallory Bogart, as they say that lands on the line. 5 aces now for Bogart. Herb Bronson, Hosford to Kackman. Bogart, Kadoon, blocked there. I believe that was blocked by Kackman. Lucy Marr, blocked again by Kackman. And Kadoon hitting it over. Good opportunity here for the Warbirds as Kackman winds up and gets another kill. So Maya Kackman with a couple blocks finishes it off with a kill, and she is going to take a seat as Aria Rigg will come in for her. Macy Gockler is going to go back to serve. Kadoon passes it over to Yago. Yago to Mar. Mar handled there by Mauk. Hosford over to Rigg. And too strong there from Aria Rigg. Excuse me, I thought they just said it was deflected. And yes, it was. So they are saying that that was deflected at the net. So the substitution of Nagowski for Wangler is going to have to go back. They're going to just quick double check, make sure they've got that covered, and Gockler will continue to serve. So slight confusion there, handled. Mar. And good job there by Hosford, able to keep that one up. Bogart unable to do so on the Bulldogs end. Gockler, her serve. Dug out there by Kadoon. This is back to Kadoon. Blocked there by Aria Rigg. As the Warbirds stringing together a couple of good possessions, I guess you could say, as Yago hits it over. And miscommunication there between Rigg, who is going to take blame for it, as that falls between the Warbirds' defense. And Yago gets away with, or gets an easy kill, I should say, as Nagowski will now come in for Wangler, and Kadoon will go back to serve. For Bronson, and hopefully both players are okay, as Hosford and Rigg nearly collide, but luckily they both seem to be okay. The Warbirds leading here by 1. And Kadoon's serve goes into the net. Paisley Urbis is going to come in for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. And she will go back to serve. As a 5'6" sophomore, her serve handled there by Will Preck. This is Bogart now to Mar. Urbis, Hosford. Frecking and dug out there by Will Precht. Now out to Nagowski. Lefty hit there from Nagowski is just out of play. Kadoon, this is Will Precht. And Bogart hitting it over for the Bulldogs. Urbis, Hosford to Rigg. Kadoon keeps it alive, pushed over by Bogart. Hosford over to Frecking, blocked at the net by either Yago or Mar. And that is going to lead to a timeout brought to you by Bank North. And we will take time with them as the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds looking to push this match to a 5th set. They lead 13-9.
The Bison Booster Club, an organization that is rooted in their support of the activities within the Milner Public School District and the City of Milner. They pride themselves on their community involvement in local donations to area projects and sponsorships to help make their community a pleasant place to reside. If you have any questions or are interested in becoming a Booster Club member, you can check out the Bison Booster Club on Facebook or talk with any of the existing members. The Bison Booster Club, helping make their community a better place to live.
13-9, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leads in set number 4. Bulldogs lead 2-1. That game between Hankinson and Barnes County North did go final. Hankinson won 3-0. As the serve there from Urbis. Will Precht hits it over and just able to keep that from hitting the ceiling on its way over. Nagowski hits it. Or Bronson, this is Frecking with the push. Kadoon passes it up now to Bogart. Bogart tries to slip it over, and she is successful as that ricochets off of Aria Rigg. Dang will come in for Wilprecht. Lucy Marr, her serve handled there by Gockler. Passed up to Hosford, now to Rigg. And good decision there by Lucy Marr to let that one go over her head out of play. Gockler, Hosford. Bogart up to Nagowski as the lefty Nagowski. Good dig there by Frecking. Hosford now to Rigg and Marr. Bogart back to Kadoon. Her push handled by Urbis. Hosford to Rigg. Bogart to Nagowski. And that's going to be out of play from Nagowski as Yago and Lucy Marr will take a seat. Whitney Marr and Wilprecht back in. Jalen Herbronson will take a seat, and Kaylee Ladisaw in for the Warbirds. Back to serve is Callie Frecking, and her serve handled there by Kadoon, passed up to Marr. This is Dang. Dang skies up, dug out there by Gockler. Ladisaw, and called by Hosford, hit over by Hosford. Bogart stays out of the net. Nagowski, dug out by Frecking. Hosford over to Ladisaw, and that's going to fall to the floor. Another kill for Kaylee Ladisaw. Serve from Frecking. Good job there by Wilprecht, able to play that one off of the net. Hosford over to Ladisaw. Ladisaw handled. Again, kind of punched over by Dang, and ricochets off a couple of Warbirds and falls to the floor. So side out for Sargent County. Whitney Marr back to serve. Bulldogs trailing here by 3. Miss hit there by Marr. Gockler will take a seat. Kackman in for Wyndmere. Lidgerwood. Aria Rigg will serve. Kadoon passes it up to Bogart. This is now Nagowski. And Nagowski is going to get another kill, her 4th. As Nagowski will take a seat, and Dakota Stroh will come in to serve. Frecking, Hosford, Kackman, and that one is deflected out of play by Dang, and another kill nearing 20 now for the match. As Paisley Urbis will take a seat, Hannah Mauk in. Reese Hosford will now serve. Marr, Bogart, Kadoon, and that's going to be a kill for Carly Kadoon. And Wilprecht gets a dirty look from her teammate after that one is mishit, and we will now have Ladisaw back to serve for the Warbirds. Bogart, Kadoon, and Kadoon takes a little off that one. Hosford unable to get to it. As Jalen Herbronson and Allison Yago will sub in. And Mallory Bogart will go back to serve for the Bulldogs, trailing here by 3. Frecking, Hosford to Kackman, deflected, and just unable to dig that one out is Bogart. As she kind of takes an awkward fall. Let's hope she's okay. And we're going to take a timeout and make sure that Mallory Bogart is okay, as she looked to fall awkwardly on her hip. So timeout called by Sargent County. That is their final one here of set number 4. This timeout is brought to you by Bank North. Bank North has been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what value-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. As we mentioned, Hankinson able to get a victory over Barnes County North. The Enderlin Eagles able to get a victory over the Oaks Tornadoes, another District 1 final. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the District 1 tournament's going to be played over in Sargent Central. So the Bulldogs will be hosting at a gym that hasn't seen volleyball action for, I believe, about 5 years. So it's going to be exciting to see volleyball played back in that gym as that one goes into the net. The Bulldogs will have their final home game of the season over in Sargent Central. They're going to be honoring the seniors Charlie Wilprecht and Whitney Marr, the two seniors from Sargent Central, in that contest. So Carly Cadoon is going to go back to serve on her senior night as Gockler hits that one into the net, and Bulldogs now trail just by 2. Sargent County really hoping to close this one out in 4. This seems to be a good opportunity to try and turn the tide, and that's going to be an ace for Carly Cadoon. And that's going to lead to a timeout by the Warbirds as their lead trimmed down now to just 1. It will take time with them. 19-18, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leads, looking to push to a 5th and decisive set.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
19-18, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leads over Sargent County in the 4th set. Carly Cadoon will serve. Herb Bronson, Hosford now to Rigg, and too strong there from Aria Rigg, and we're tied up now at 19. Herb Bronson, Hosford, and Rigg pushes that one over. Nagowski to Bogart, now to Marr. Marr takes some off. Good job there by Mauk. As Hosford to Frecking, pushed over by Frecking, handled by Nagowski. And Nagowski now will push over Frecking, Hosford, and Rigg. Yago, good job there by Gockler, able to dig that one out. Frecking hits off the top of the net, kept alive. Nagowski deflected, kept alive by Herb Bronson, and Rigg is going to hit an over for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Mallory Bogart sets it up to Marr. Hosford now to Rigg. Bogart, Cadoon, pushed over there by Yago. Back and forth, and good pop up there by Nagowski. Bogart hitting it over. Mauk, Hosford, Herb Bronson, and the Warbirds able to outlast in a long rally, as we're going to have a substitution. Paisley Urbis in for Wyndmere Lidgerwood, and she's going to go back to serve. So long back and forth. Warbirds able to outlast, and we'll see what they're able to follow up with, as Frecking is going to get a kill. That's how she is going to answer a long rally with a quick kill, and Warbirds now up by 2. Bogart up to Nagowski, and Nagowski, good dig there by Jalen Bronson. Cadoon now to Bogart. This is Marr, and just falls in front of Macy Gockler. Thought maybe there was a chance she was able to pop that one up, as Lucy Marr is going to go back to serve. Charlie Wilprecht taking a seat, and Ong Dang in for the Bulldogs. Serve from Lucy Marr, handled by Urbis. This is now Rigg, deflected there by Dang. And good job there by the Bulldogs, or excuse me, by the Warbirds, then the Bulldogs to keep that one in play. And Kadoon mishits that one, goes into the net. Whitney Marr and Wilprecht in. Jalen Herbronson will take a seat as Kaylee Ladisaw in for the Warbirds. Callie Frecking back to serve. Marr. Nagowski deflected by Rigg, but kept alive. This is Ladisaw. Nagowski, Bogart, pushed over by Kadoon. Good job there brought by Urbis. As Wilprecht passes it to Bogart. This is Dang. Dang skies up, dug out by Gockler. Hosford over to Ladisaw. And Kadoon passes it now to Bogart. This is Nagowski, and her lefty hit falls to the floor. And we've got a timeout called here by the Warbirds. As that'll be the final timeout of the set. I believe it still shows one for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. I believe yep, there it goes there on the board. So Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading here 22-21. Looking to push this to a fifth set. 25-22 Sargent County in the first, 25-22 Wyndmere Lidgerwood in the second, 25-20 for Sargent County in the third. So Bulldogs looking to string together 2 straight set victories to close this one out at home. Warbirds not ready to go home. Whitney Marr serve. This is Urbis. Now Hosford to Ladisaw, and Ladisaw. Excuse me there. I believe they've got a deflection and some confusion here, and either way, that score is going to, or that point is going to go to the Warbirds. And Kadoon getting it over. This is Frecking now to Hosford. As Kackman dug out there by Kadoon. And Nagowski bumps it over the net. Hosford now to Ladisaw. Blocked there by Dang. Dakota Stroh into serve for the Bulldogs. Low liner dug out there by Frecking. This is now Kackman, deflected by Dang, but too strong there by, or off the deflection by Dang, and it's set point now for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Reese Hosford looking to close this one out. Whitney Marr now to Carly Kadoon. Gockler, and bumped over by Ladisaw. Marr, Bogart, Kadoon, Gockler, Hosford, Kackman, and Kackman powers that one through the block attempt. And just as we've seen 3 other times this evening, 25-22, the final in set number 4, as set number 5 is upcoming. We're going to take a break as the Warbirds able to win set 4, force a deciding 5th set here on the road.
Milner Grain understands that agriculture is your livelihood, and we're committed to providing you with the highest quality of services to meet your farming needs. Milner Grain has a passion for our community and the farmers we serve. Milner Grain is locally owned and operated. When you're looking for a partner in the field, look to Milner Grain. Call 701-427-5284 or check out Milner Grain's app with current up-to-date prices. Milner Grain is here to help you and your farm grow.
The Milner Public School District has a long history of academic, artistic, and athletic achievement and is proud of the programs and education environment offered. A fully accredited educational system, Milner Public School District operates 2 separate school buildings, including Sundale Colony School. Over 85%, that's right, 85% of the graduates of Milner High School attend some form of post-secondary educational institution. You can find more information on the Milner Public School District online at milner.k12.nd.us.
2-2, set number 5, just about to get underway here from the MAC as the Warbirds push it to a 5th set. Want to welcome you back into the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. I'm Nick First, joined by my cameraman, Connor Olson. Stock Growers Bank is your small town bank and big time partner. Bank near, so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. Also up here in the kind of press area for in Milner, I've got 2 of the brightest minds of the athletic director Chris Larson for Milner and athletic director Scott Stringy for Wyndmere. And Stringy motioned over here after the set 2 victory by the Warbirds, saying this one's going 5. And I should have known better than to doubt him, as Dang dug out there by Gockler. Ladisau tipped by Dang, kept alive by Ladisau, and Urbis hits that one into the net, and Sargent County strikes first. In case you are unfamiliar, the 5th set is just best, or is the first one to 15, winning by 2, but the way that both of these teams played, I'm not sure the first one to 15 is going to be the one to claim victory. As Kackman, and that one hits off the top of the net and just goes out of play. Schro tries to take some off of that one and hits it into the net. She'll take a seat as Wangler will come in for her. Back to serve is Kaylee Ladisau. Ladisau with 4 aces throughout the match. I believe 2 or 3 of those came back all the way in the first set. Kadoon popped up there by Ladisau. Hosford now to Frecking. And we've got a player in the net as Dang is going to be called for making contact. Wangler passes it now to Bogart, and that one too far. Kadoon unable to get to it. Whitney Marr unable to get to it, and that's going to be an ace for Ladisau and a timeout call by the Bulldogs, and we'll take it with them. Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading 4-2 in set number 5.
Buying and selling heavy equipment at purplewave.com saves time and money. We handle all of the details, including pictures, videos, marketing, titles, and payments.
It was almost immediately over the top with the customer service. I've just never ever experienced that before with any other auction service. They're constantly working for me as the seller, and I really like that.
Purple Wave Auction is straight, simple, sold.
4-2, Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading. Kaylee Ladisau continuing to serve. There's that timeout by the Bulldogs. Their first of 2, and Dang gets the kill as Ladisau kind of gets crossed up there. Ladisau will now take a seat. Jalen Herbronson will substitute in. Charlie Wilprecht back to serve. This is Gockler passing it up now to Hosford. Out to Kackman, and Kackman, kill number 22 for Maya Kackman. As she is now going to take a seat, and Aria Rigg will come in for her. That serve from Gockler, miss hit. And Allison Yako is going to come in for the Bulldogs. Mallory Bogart back to serve. Frecking, Hosford, out to Urbis, blocked there by Kadoon. Yago and Marr passed up from Gockler to Hosford. And that was Frecking hitting it over for the Warbirds. Yago and Allison Yago gets another kill for the freshman. As what I think has been the case in all 5 sets, we are tied up at 5-all. Mallory Bogart. Frecking to Hosford, now to Rigg. Kadoon gets to it. Now back to Kadoon. Popped up there by Frecking, out to now Urbis. And, oh, good job there by Frecking, able to come sliding in and save that one. Urbis winds up, and Bogart lets that one go, and it falls to the floor. So Paisley Urbis gets the kill, and she's now going to go back to serve. Wilprecht. This is now Yago, deflected, and another kill for Allison Yago. As Nagowski will sub in for Wangler. Carly Kadoon back to serve. Tied up at 6-all. Gockler. Hosford now to Rigg, deflected, kept up there by Bogart, and Yago pushed over by Kadoon. This is Hosford now to Rigg, and Bogart again keeps that one up and hit over by Kadoon. And sometimes it's nice to get lucky as that one hits off the net and falls to the floor, and we've got a timeout called by Wyndmere Lidgerwood as the Bulldogs lead 7-6.
Dollars for Scholars chapter is a nonprofit foundation that supports academic success in the community. The mission is to mobilize the community on behalf of post-secondary education success for the students. Dollars for Scholars chapters help hometown students achieve their educational goals by raising scholarship funds, establishing endowments, and more. For more information, scan the QR code on screen or stop by the Sargent Central School District. This game is brought to you in part by Joe's Egg.
Sargent County leads 7-6 here in the 5th set. The Bulldogs defeated the Warbirds a month ago over in Wyndmere in 4 sets. As the Warbirds looking to spoil senior night with a victory on the road here. As that one deflects off the net and falls to the floor. So the hometown net playing a pretty good factor here for Sargent County in this final set. Hosford does a good job getting to it. Rigg. Kadoon now to Bogart. This is Marr. Hosford up to Rigg. Deflected. Kept up by Bogart. Hit over there by Marr. Hosford now to Frecking. Kadoon to Yago, pushes it over, Frecking, Hosford, Rigg, and Rigg hits that one into the net. And another timeout, we'll take it with them as Sargent County leads 9-6.
Teens are faced with tough decisions all the time, and parents aren't always there when it happens. But that doesn't mean they can't influence their kids to make the right choice, because making that right choice is easier when the wrong one isn't an option. When your teen faces peer pressure, what you give them access to can make all the difference. This message is brought to you by your local public health unit.
9-6, Sargent County leads. Wyndmere Lidgerwood used their last timeout. Sargent County with still one remaining. So if there's going to be a stoppage, it's going to come from the Bulldogs as Hannah Mauk is going to come in for Aria Rigg. Not sure if something happened to Rigg her last time out on the floor before that timeout. Hopefully she's okay, and good decision there by Macy Gockler to let that one go out of play. And the timeout from head coach Carlson results in a side out. And Wilprecht able to get to it, and no one is able to help her out. So Wilprecht doing a good job hustling over. And that one just kind of knuckled over. Hosford now to Ladisaw, Kadoon, Bogart. Nagowski just pops that one up. That was Urbis, and Hosford hitting it over for the Warbirds. Almost disaster there for Wyndmere Lidgerwood as Yago. This is now Ladisaw, and Ladisaw with the kill as Kaylee Ladisaw now with 6 kills on the match. We're tied up at 9-all. Callie Frecking, her serve popped up there by Wilprecht, and unable to get to it is Kadoon, and that's going to lead to a timeout by Sargent County, and that is the final Bank North timeout of the evening. To see what value-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Wyndmere Lidgerwood leading here at 10-9. Callie Frecking, the Warbird senior, will continue to serve. Kadoon, Wilprecht, and Bogart getting it over for Sargent County. This is Hosford now to Ladisaw. Ladisaw winds up. Good job there from Kadoon. Nagowski dug out there by Frecking. Hosford over to Urbis. Opportunity here for the Bulldogs, needing a side out. Ladisaw hit over. Good job there by Lucy Marr to get to it. Hosford then hit over there by the Warbirds. Yago and Allison Yago, the freshman with ice in her veins here in this 5th set. 3 kills for Yago in set number 5. Anong Dang going to come in for Wilprecht. Tied up here at 10-all. Both teams without a timeout, so it is straight volleyball from here on out. Hosford over to Ladisaw, and that's going to be another kill for Ladisaw. Hannah Mauk back to serve for the Warbirds. Jump serve handled there by Kadoon. Whitney Marr up to Dang. Good adjustment there by Dang. This is Kackman, and who else but Maya Kackman as she picks up kill number 23 here on the evening. Mauk just able to get to it. Good job there by Nagowski, able to turn around and keep that one up just in time. Kackman winds up, blocked there by Anong Dang. Whitney Marr's serve. Urbis, this is Hosford out to Kackman. Dug out there by Kadoon. Pushed over now by Kadoon. Frecking. Hosford. And another kill for Maya Kackman. 24 kills for Maya Kackman as Reese Hosser is going to go back to serve here for Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Kadoon up to Bogart. Bogart tries to sneak that one over. Hosford to Kackman. Blocked there by Dang. Good job by Kackman to get to it. Ladisaw popped up. Bogart over to Nagowski. Block kept up by Dang, but not sure if that was Kackman or Urbis, and it is match point, Wyndmere Lidgerwood. Hosford, this is Marr. Bogart flips it over. Opportunity here. Ladisaw, Bogart, Nagowski, and Bogart hitting it over for Sargent County. Pushed over by Urbis, Marr, Bogart, Nagowski, and that'll do it! As the Wyndmere Lidgerwood Warbirds able to come on the road and pick up a huge victory to keep their District 1 undefeated record alive. As they win here 15-11 over the Sargent County Bulldogs. We're going to step aside and we're going to be joined by our Enbridge player of the game following the break. Wyndmere Lidgerwood defeats Sargent County 3-2.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Fall is here, and that means harvest will ramp up quickly. How did your planter do this spring? Did you have the correct down pressure? Was your singulation spot on? Did you need row cleaners or a better closing system? This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer, and we are here to help. Discounts, 0% financing, and $50 per row rebates on most all systems will give you the tools to improve your planter pass. Give us a call at 701-636-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Have a safe and profitable harvest.
Anderson Seed Farms Incorporated is proud to announce its new partnership with AP Select Seed by AgroPartners. AP Select offers the latest traits and genetics in both corn and soybeans. They're a family-owned company that believes in fair pricing along with unmatched customer support that makes them truly better by choice. Anderson Seed Farms is a certified seed conditioning plant that grows, conditions, and sells Westbred spring wheat seed, which was the top-growing spring wheat in North Dakota last year. Contact Anderson Seed Farms in Foreman at andersonseedfarms.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
The Bison Booster Club, an organization that is rooted in their support of the activities within the Milner Public School District and the City of Milner. They pride themselves on their community involvement in local donations to area projects and sponsorships to help make their community a pleasant place to reside. If you have any questions or are interested in becoming a Booster Club member, you can check out the Bison Booster Club on Facebook or talk with any of the existing members. The Bison Booster Club, helping make their community a better place to live. The Milner Public School District has a long history of academic, artistic, and athletic achievement and is proud of the programs and education environment offered. A fully accredited educational system, Milner Public School District operates 2 separate school buildings, including Sundale Colony School. Over 85%, that's right, 85% of the graduates of Milner High School attend some form of post-secondary educational institution. You can find more information on the Milner Public School District online at milner.k12.nd.us.
Data shows that half of the pills seized off the street by law enforcement contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. You never know when you might find yourself in the middle of an emergency. Why not be the reason a life can be saved? Narcan provides a safe and easy way to reverse the effects of an opioid in just minutes. You can pick up your Narcan today for free at your local public health office.
This message is brought to you by your local public health unit.
I am joined by our Enbridge player of the game, Maya Kackman. Maya, you finished the evening with 24 kills. Oh, what was it about tonight where you just, it seemed like you were automatic anytime it got set up to you?
I don't know. I've been staying after practice and working harder because recently I've been off with my approach and my hits, and today also was a very important game to us, especially because our first game against Sargent County didn't count as like a district game, but this one did. So I guess it was like really wanting to win, and like I don't really know. It just came, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It just seemed like the perfect storm for this game. As you mentioned, lost back to Sargent County a month ago. Didn't count for the district. This one keeps your undefeated district record alive. What does that mean for your team, especially as you've got a big contest against the Richland Colts next week?
Well, we knew it'd be a challenge. Yeah, I don't know. We just keep pushing in practice. We work hard. We play like it's a game. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, it seemed like, you know, even when you guys were down through many stages here of this match, you guys were able to keep that composure. What does it mean for you guys to be able to come out with a victory like this on the road, going 2-5, and being able to, come out with that victory?
It means a lot because, you know, especially from last year, we had basically seniors. So starting with a new team and like playing this like rivalry game, it really does mean a lot. And we're hoping that we can keep improving and hopefully do good on against Richland.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck next week. Congratulations on the win here this evening.
Thank
Our
you.
Enbridge player of the game, Maya Kackman, will be back with the rest of our post-game coverage here on yourliveevent.com.
Okay, thank you.
Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Just heard from our Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Energy for life. Visit enbridge.com for career opportunities. Congratulations to Maya Kackman. 24 kills for the junior Kackman. And as she mentioned, you know, this is a Wyndmere Lidgerwood team. We talked about a couple of sophomores right at the top of the broadcast, which feels like ages ago. And Kackman, as a junior, one of those players also contributing for Wyndmere Lidgerwood as they keep that undefeated district record alive, especially ahead of that matchup against the number 5 ranked Richland Colts next Thursday, a game that very much could be the decider of who is going to pick up that number 1 seed in the District 1 tournament. As for the Bulldogs, they fall tonight. They are still kind of in that middle ground in the hunt for better seeding going into that district tournament. They're going to head out on the road for 3 straight. They play Richland first. They play them on Tuesday before heading out to Oaks next Thursday. They will return home. That game is going to be played over in Sargent Central on October 23rd. They're going to honor seniors Whitney Marr and Charlie Wilprecht in that one. Our precision play of the game brought to you by Agassi Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer. Agassi Precision Egg, located in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Our precision play of the game. we're going to give it to that clutch performance there at the end of set 4 for Wyndmere Lidgerwood to be able to put it into that 5th and deciding set. It seemed like there was an opportunity there for Sargent County to seal it, but the Warbirds, not afraid of being in hostile territory, they're able to close it out eventually in 5. So that'll do it for us here in the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. Want to thank Connor Olson for being the man behind the camera. I'm Nick Furch. Want to thank all of you for tuning in this evening. Remember to head over to yourliveevent.com for all of the upcoming matchups as the regular season starting to draw to a close. Playoffs are on the horizon for all fall sports. Head over to yourliveevent.com to see what is all going to be covered. One last time, I am Nick Furch. Want to thank you all for tuning in and enjoy the rest of your evening.